Yeah.
BMW native. PWM, why am I saying BMW?
Okay, so we are live. I hope so. Let me share the link real quick.
Some the last few weeks I've been trying to make a doc of Ross Jazzy to work properly because I just can't keep trying to visualize all the data in streaming it from the remote desktop. It's just not viable.
Hmm.
And I really did it. It was painful. I gave up and Gemini for some help because I didn't know what was happening.
I mean, honestly,
Like it was worked flawlessly, but because it was a repository from a girl that did the heavy lifting and prepared her own ISO image for Rust 2, but like you have to configure because Docker is really uh, a close environment. It uses its own. The Dockers use their own IP, so I have to make it use the IP from my laptop. Then I had to open it the ports because didn't know this, but with the Raspberry Pi, even though I had set the ROS ID domain. I was really happy to see that each other could talk.
by the way, how
I
did you
still don't know
learn?
how to make it work properly because that's clearly a top. It's clear for a desktop PC. I use a laptop and I have a dual GPU setup technically because it has the integrated GPU from the CPU and the NVIDIA card. But I can call the NVIDIA card directly, and I still haven't figured out how to do that. But whatever, both Orbis and Gazebo work.
Hmm.
But
By the way, how did you start learning cross? Did you directly just jump into the docs?
sorry, what?
How did you like initially get introduced to ROS? How did you start learning it? Did you directly jump into the official
Uh,
documents?
my college professor introduced me to Ross. He wanted me. He'd been preparing. We've been choosing something for my thesis project since like half of my college education. So he told me, "Look, I want you to come here. Here's a guy with Ross robot. I have told you before that.
Yeah.
So come here and let's make so you can see what I want you to do." So that's when I started, and I watched some tutorials and whatnot, and well, I basically used the articulated robots tutorial to build the robot,
Hmm.
and I
Got it.
think it's actually a really good.
Yeah.
I need someone to teach how to make an actual motor driver because the YouTube channel, like the code for the Arduino, it doesn't work properly with 3.3 volt logic. So
Hmm.
I was code didn't work. Like I know the driver work, write it manually, writing some simple code just to test if the driver received the signal, and it did. But the moment it had to communicate using the code from the tutorial, it just didn't work. So I just bit the bullet and bought an Arduino Nano from my local electronics store, and that did the trick. Because even the encoder code uh, like worked perfectly well, except for the part when I had to send signals to the motor so it can move. That didn't work, but the encoder part worked flawlessly. So I didn't know what was happening. My I mean, I think I could have solved it using a logic shifter, but I was just so I was tired. I didn't think of that. So
I
I'm
mean,
trying to make a, a board that can work on 3.3 volt logic. I have still have to make the PCB design, but
hmm.
I'm kind of broke right now, and I am out of job, so I'm waiting to find something so I can go on and make some Fab Lab doing it for me.
I was thinking about learning PCB design, but I don't think I know like the enough theory about microcontrollers and how electronics works in general to be able to design a PCB on my own.
Yeah, well, it's kind of complicated, so I still haven't grasped. I don't have a good grasp on PCB design. In the schematics, it's a little bit more easier, but still, I will not call myself a professional in that regard. But still, I really want to develop that board because, like almost every single board that I see in those kits, they already have the programming board inside. So I want something
Yeah.
more open, something easier to program that somebody could just take and do whatever they want. Like there's this deja vu, I think it's called. He uses an ESP32S3, but still I don't find use micros, and I try using micros, but it's so complicated to use. And as I said, like even the articulated robots, he has two videos on ROS control, and neither of them teaches you how to make the microcontroller part.
But how do you even install MicroROS? Is it similar to how you like install RTOS on ARM-based microcontrollers? Is it
I
something like that?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I couldn't install it. Like it's MicroROS. It's like its own package, so you have to build it in your project, and then. But it's a really weird way to install, and you have to burn it on your microcontroller using a script in there. So I just gave up. It's just like for what I'm for I was around the clocks. I didn't have time to understand what it's trying to do, and it also like uses from what I was reading, it's a really complex way of implementation. Like it's really robust. It uses a real-time operating system in the microcontroller. So technically, it's a better option, but it's just not. It wasn't feasible for me. I don't have my underdeveloped brain doesn't have the enough power to understand what was going on. So I'm trying to find a way just to use simpler Arduino programming or MicroPython if that doesn't work. I think MicroPython will be cool.
I mean, I don't get why one would use Micros in the first place, apart from the fact that it does the real-time operation thing. But I mean, the actual real-time operation part itself is like it's like a different domain in programming, right? Multi-threading and
Yeah, it's
yeah,
really complex. I will really like to get into it, but it's just it's just so much for me. My my ADHD will not allow it.
yeah. Like I asked, there's a member called Justin. He's really cool, by the way. I asked him for
Yeah,
some resources. He just like
I'm trying.
blurted out 3 books and just said that, yeah, that should be enough.
Yeah, I'm trying to find an alternative to the mod driver because it's just not feasible to do that. The articulator robot one because it takes the odometry of the motors, but the way I have implemented it and the utilization, like the objective of the robot is just to be out an outdoors robot, so it's not gonna work very well. Also,
Yeah.
like particularly the robots uses a different drive setup. I use the same, but he uses like wheels, like actual wheels. Mine is a tank with an irregular shaped thread. So it's not like the parameters. It asks you for if a wheel diameter. I don't have a diameter because it's not a wheel.
Damn.
It's a triangle. It's not even a like it's technically not a triangle. It's so I don't have an
Mm,
effective wheel diameter. I tried to find a way to calculate it, but led me to like 2 or 3 actual uh, research papers about how to calculate it, and I say, "Oh, I'm just gonna eyeball it."
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, that's a great thing about SolidWorks that I learned is that you could eyeball everything initially and specify the dimensions later on. It's super
Yeah,
convenient.
maybe, but still, I have to find a more effective way to take odometry because still the wheel odometry, while it works for a controlled environment for the application that we want to use it, it's just not gonna cut it. I'm
Yeah.
trying like the I forgot this. Uh, with my friend, we were talking about it, and he said that I should implement the odometry for from the lidar, using the lidar as the odometry because it actually there's a package that it's RF2 odom laser odometry, I think it was called.
Hmm.
So it takes the lidar approach to have the odometry, and it's really accurate. So like I used that library to test the mapping because I didn't have DC motors with encoders yet, so I couldn't implement the encoder odometry for it. Particularly robots use this odometry, so I don't know how to implement it with the RF2 odometer driver. And it takes the odometry directly from the microcontroller. So and while trying to read the code, this was just too much. It has
Yeah.
like it uses like what? Wait, I think I have the folder open. Wait a second. Yeah, it's like uh 9 different files for it. And it calls all of them in one single Arduino sketch.
Oh, I haven't yet gotten into a lot of things. I have made projects, lots of projects, but like a major portion of them was wipe coded, so can't really take credit for any of them.
Oh yeah, I didn't hold that. I also my RDF file for the robot doesn't work on Gazebo, so I couldn't even use the simulation part. Like it's fully modeled. But it's the threads don't work, so it doesn't register as threads because it's not fully modeled there. And since the motors are on the side of the chassis, but it, in any moment it touches the ground, Rust can just register the contact, and so it doesn't run the robot. And I couldn't find any models of it. Like there's a kit that uses this exact same chassis, but since I can't seem to find any documentation on it, nor are URDF, like from what I read of the documentation of the robot, it just uses an Android application. You can just watch, it just uses a dot on the mapping zone, so you can just watch your robot in there.
I've been trying to do this one thing from the tutorial for like 15 minutes now, and I can't seem to figure out what's wrong. Outside face of the short channel as shown.
What's wrong?
And then this. Okay. Oh. Layout. Wait. this and
How's it going?
Suffering.
Understandable. Since it says you're playing Visual Studio Code.
I have it open, but I'm not actually using it. Just trying to read documentation so I can find out proper way to implement odometry without using motor encoders.
Yeah, that sounds suffer worthy.
It's like, look, I did the odometry using the encoders. It broke the map. I don't know why. Like, unusable. And so I have searched for alternatives to it. Or in any case, find a way to refine that with other sensors. Like the only other
Yeah,
way that I
I
could.
think I'm probably going to run into a lot of those same issues when I actually get to the point of building my robot instead of just in imagining it.
Like the only other thing that I can imagine using it is an IUN, so the front of the robot feels considerably the front, so that the map doesn't get scrambled into a mess because it's just rewrite it. So yeah, or in trying to use the odometer from the lidar instead, since that seems to be more accurate from the test that I've been doing.
Yeah.
Or I don't know how to implement it because no one teaches you how to write a motor driver.
I forget what it's called, but there's also a way to have like a downward facing camera that almost acts like kind of like a mouse, like a computer mouse sensor, where it's just taking frames and comparing how the robot actually moved?
I don't think that will work for me since I'm trying to do an outdoors robot, and its application is for very inconsistent
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
terrain. So I don't know. Like probably I should just buy a dev camera and trying to make a 3D map like that.
I mean, I have seen something similar to like that in like a algorithm called Dead Man's Drone. So like similar to what you said, similar to how an optical mouse sensor works. It just captures the pixels of the ground, and as it moves on, it compares the like photos of terrain in order to make a rough guess of where it is.
Mm-hmm.
That was something I was supposed to work on. Haven't yet.
That sounds very CPU intensive.
It is like it's supposed to be for like military drones where
Oh, so
they
okay,
have
that's another idea.
yeah, where the enemies have fucked up everything. They have GPS spoofed you and they're almost trying to fry your components. Like it's the last resort.
Oh well, it's just a last resort, so what? I can understand that, but worst part is I can even ask AI to do the code for me because AI is really stupid. So the code that it barfs doesn't work properly, and since you have to know what you're doing in order to uh, uh, check the code if it's right and what needs to be fixed. It's just basically a dead end trying to do it.
Yeah, whenever I'm trying to like vibe code anything, especially if it's something that is uh, beyond what I understand, I'm usually, instead of just saying like, "Hey, do this," I'm like, "Okay, write the code, but I want you to explain every part of it to me and then basically quiz me after."
I did that. It doesn't work. The code is so freaking broken.
Yeah, it
It's not
gaslights
even
you into
worth it.
believing it.
Like,
Yeah.
like I will not recommend using ChatGPT because its model is just so outdated. It still uses commands from the Raspberry Pi that have been not in use since like 2 or 3 years, basically the year that ChatGPT came out,
Uh-huh.
and they haven't updated it at all. I think DeepSeek and Gemini are way better models, but still, it's just not to work. They just don't work. Like, I mean,
Hmm.
I think it can solve you some problems. I will not deny that, but for like a real project, it's just better to learn it. Like,
Yeah, I definitely
Yep.
think it
I
is a
understand.
helpful.
I understand. Like, I while I hate AI, I understand it's a really useful tool if done correctly.
Hmm.
Because my main problem with AI, the product, not the idea, is that it's not AI. There's nothing intelligent about that. It's just artificial because it's just machine learning. And almost all the
Yeah.
models publicly available for consumers to use were loaded with lots and lots of stolen data without any type of filter because that costs time and money. Thing that investors don't
Uh-huh.
want. You just want the product made as cheaply and as fast as possible. So there's no
Yeah, you
iterations
gotta
on
try
that.
to beat everyone
Yeah,
else
there's
to
no fact
market.
checking because it will just that amount of information is just impossible to do it. I don't think even in years having dedicated
Hmm.
persons fact checking everything. such things. That's why we ended up with Google telling us that if we want to make an or pizza stuff, we should use white glue.
Uh-huh.
So I think that open source models that I'm very I really believe that they are way more work than the whatever these mega corporations do will be more useful. But still, I don't like vibe coding. Like the concept of vibe coding. Like I understand using the AI to just make some tedious tasks go away, but like if you're learning, I think vibe coding does more harm than good, because you're not understanding what you're doing.
Especially for robotics. Like AI gaslights you into believing that it knows everything, that everything you are doing is absolutely
Yeah,
correct.
it's basically because it's a product, because they're selling as a product, not as a tool. What it should be.
Mm-hmm.
These models are programmed in a way that they want to please you no matter what. So it just end up uh, making you do bad decisions, basically, because
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's what they're trying to do. They are trying to pull you in so you can still use them. It's just not a win-win. And again, like just because they are scrubbing a lot of information on the internet, that doesn't mean that the information is correct or that code still works. For example, have been a lot of changes, like the ESP32 libraries in Arduino have changed some of their code for dealing with PWM. But
Mm-hmm.
ChatGPT still had the old ways to make that work. And so if you're
Yeah.
trying to use that code in a modern setting, it's not going to work. And you don't know why it doesn't work because you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. There
So
was
yeah, I just gave up on Python coding as soon as I try it. It's just not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
the time
There's
it took
no
me to debug my wipe coded shit was probably longer than it would have taken me to learn the entire thing.
like still the best way to learn is try on an error with some help,
Yeah.
but because you actually learn what you did wrong, so you can repeat the same mistake again.
Step
Mm-hmm.
1, fuck around. Step 2, find out.
Yeah, a lot of the time if I'm trying to learn, like, especially if I'm trying to like just crank through some new topic, I'll go to the AI first and just say, "Hey, I'm learning this. Can you give me like a list of just like lexicon that I will probably run into and just like in like definitions of a bunch of terms so that
Yeah.
like I can start not from zero and then try to learn it normally and not use the AI at all."
Yeah, like well, one of the main complaints about AI, the usage of the AI is that it will fuck your uh, sense of searching for things. But there are some times that you just can't find what you're looking for, no matter what
Uh-huh.
you try. It happened to me. So as a last resort, I think that's actually very good. So because
Yeah, I was actually
there was like a lot of things that I couldn't just find googling as specific as I could, so I just said, hey, look this for me, and
mhm.
find it.
Yeah, I actually really like Claude's research feature for stuff like that. Like there was a paper I read that was really interesting, and then I was trying to find it again later, and I just couldn't remember like the name of it or what journal it was from, and I was looking all over, and just like none of my Googling was coming up with what I wanted. And so I just went
So
and like
yes, like,
described vaguely what I knew of the paper to Claude, and I was like, "Go find this, cite all your sources," like, and it was like, here's like the journal, like it took a few minutes. And it's like, here's the journal it's from. The article is called this. Also, if you're not a member of the journal, here's where you can download it for free.
No, like it's actually like if you know what you're looking for, it can actually be really worth it because still you just find something really similar. But there's also a problem that sometimes just AI just imagine things. It
Yep.
actually
Yeah.
happened to me a lot. It happened to me
Especially
a lot.
Chat
Like I tried
GPT.
to,
Like
yeah,
it
I
would
tried to
quote.
search it, and either it doesn't exist or it's not publicly available.
Yeah, even
Because
if you
a lot
Yeah.
of the
especially ask it to source you everything, the source is just imaginary.
because
Yeah, that
this is
was.
actually public record. A lot of these companies actually download from torrent and piracy sites
Yeah.
for a lot of research, and that's how they get all the information that they can. Which is it's really funny that they just don't get any kind of repercussions for blatantly stealing data. But if
Yeah.
I dare to stolen a single article just to get a reference, I got swatted immediately.
Yeah. And I think that's really true for like corporations throughout history, like even pre-AI. Like
No,
if
no, it's happening a lot.
yeah,
Basically, the law only applies if you don't have the money to pay for it.
hmm
That's also why I'm really great particularly of open source software and hardware. It's just information we just want to be free, so
hmm
don't cut the hassle and do it for free. Like I understand when some people trying to get some closed software and whatnot, but still, I will do whatever open software I can or hardware. Just way
yeah,
easier. That being said, someone please fix OpenSCAD so FreeCAD can be good.
yeah. I've tried to use OpenSCAD and FreeCAD a few times, and I just hate them so much, and I've been spoiled by
I've been
using any
oh
real CAD
no,
software.
yeah, it's just so like Freak. I've been trying FreeCAD a little bit since 1.0 drop. It's now on a usable state. Like I'm sorry, but
hmm
like it still has a lot of problems, and it's one of the reasons why I still doing dual boot on my computer because they're just
hmm
like will not abandon SolidWorks. I'm sorry. SolidWorks is just a better CAD software.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like I thought
Like
SolidWorks would be really heavy, but even performance-wise, it just outperforms every other shit. Even AutoCAD, which I thought was lightweight, but apparently not.
no, no, it's really resource heavy. It was actually kind of surprising. So I do not recommend using Fusion 360 because like I before I started using it, everyone was talking about how you could use it on your browser if you wanted because it's a cloud service, but it doesn't work like that. I tried. It runs like crap. Like if I want to do a CAD software online, I just go to Onshape that actually
Yeah,
works. And with
Onshape makes a lot of sense.
uh, as
yeah. I've
years
been
went
trying to slowly
by,
transition from Fusion to
I've been
Onshape.
noticing how yeah, and as years went by, I started noticing how Fusion just became a worse program. Like
Uh-huh.
I started using Fusion on basically a potato computer. It had a Core i5 CPU. It was a laptop from. It was an HP laptop that I bought it. That my parents bought in 2017.
hmm
In it was like it ran things like crap, but still, Fusion was actually. I was really surprised, but
Uh-huh.
still, I stopped using it because I didn't have any use for it for my college. So, but when I started some classes that actually required, um, heavy programs. Wait a second. Okay, I'm back. So basically, when my college started asking, you should use SolidWorks because that's what we are going to teach you. I said to my parents, please buy me this laptop. I need it. I actually need it. It's not for. Well, I'm gonna use it for games. I'm not gonna lie, but I actually need the power, please. So they bought me. It has a RTX 4050. It's not a bad laptop by any means. And Fusion runs like crap. And I said, why is this happening? It has a dedicated GPU.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, there's one time that I was running SolidWorks, Inventor, and Fortnite at the same time. And it was just working, it was working decently. But Fusion somehow still struggles. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I don't understand how. I do think Fusion's gotten better than it was for a while. Like, I don't have as many performance issues as I used to have with it. But I still don't understand why Fusion runs so much worse than Inventor when Inventor is like the more complex version of the same software.
Not only is more complex, it's not cloud based.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the reason. It's because Fusion is just cloud based.
I mean,
Like,
you can run Fusion offline.
Yeah, I know you can run it offline, but still, it doesn't. I don't understand why the install application just doesn't get as much resources as it wants from my computer just to run.
Yeah.
And like I tried using Fusion for the URDF file for my robot, and like not a single add-on work properly. Like no one.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one that kind of worked somehow it scaled the file like a lot, so I had to manually scale it down, but still it broke the geometry, and it was like I'm not dealing with this shit. So I tried running the add-on for SolidWorks. I didn't use it at first because it said SolidWorks 2021, and I had the 2025 version. So I said this is just not gonna work. But in a desperate attempt to have my robot in the map, I tried it and it actually worked. I was really surprised. And it worked perfectly. So still didn't work on gazebo, so whatever. It's just so I can see the robot on our base.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, like we need someone with the hack that can fix OpenSCAD because FreeCAD just depends on OpenSCAD or a big corporation that can back up OpenSCAD tons of money so they can make their own fork of OpenSCAD and fix those problems themselves.
Yeah.
And while they're doing that, hire someone that can do UI very good because the SolidWorks one, the FreeCAD one is just detestable.
Yeah,
It looks like
almost
it looks like
all
a
open
Windows
source
95
software.
program. It looks like a Windows 95 software, like a lot of the open source projects. Like even OpenSCAD looks like a Windows 95 software.
Yeah, almost every open source software like really needs somebody that understands UI design because they're
The
always
problem
just
with
like
open source,
the worst in the world.
source software is that they are mostly run by people that are efficient, and that's one of the reasons why Linux is just not widely used by general people, because they don't want some efficient thing. They want something that is easy to understand, and a lot of software is not easy to understand. I
Hmm.
don't use I don't use LibreOffice because of that same reason. I use only Office because the UI is just better. It looks like Windows, uh, like Microsoft Office. It's just easier to understand. Like in even the when you're looking for comments or an alternative to LibreCAD, to LibreOffice, it's just the tab version. The tab version sucks, and it's not even original. It's like what Windows Office 95 looked like. So we're still using uh, designs from 30 years ago. I don't think you should be proud on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm actually looking for an alternative to SolidWorks one because, well, I know it's a really good program. The license is just gonna expire anytime soon because I already have my degree and also it's gonna fail. I'm not
Yeah.
willing
They
to
do
pay the
have
tuition.
their like maker license or whatever that's
Uh,
Yeah, but
I
it's
think
really limited.
cheaper
it's
So
per month.
yeah, it's it's like
it's like
I haven't seen it.
40 per year, I
It's
guess.
really
What?
cool that I have a maker license because, but for what I'm seeing, it's really limited. So something that doesn't limit me as much.
Hmm.
I mean, for making 3D geometry, I think that's fine. But I'm an engineer. I want to run simulations if I have to.
Yeah.
I've been trying to follow this 11-year-old like SolidWorks tutorial, and half of the assets like are just missing.
Hmm.
Why? So far I've made uh so far I've made like a few basic parts, this C-frame and
There was a
this.
video, like, I have a tutorial. I follow that. Let me search for it. It actually explains how to do an assembly and export it to you. Well, I think that you're doing your own robot, so it won't work like that, but export the URDF.
Oh, I mean, this tutorial is pretty cool. Like it's from SolidWorks themselves, so like the concepts are solid.
Yeah.
Uh,
And a
Oh,
lot of
that's a
that stuff like
really
is
import
transferable
version.
regardless of what software you're using.
yeah,
I mean, it still SolidWorks. It's just an older version. Uh, but
yeah,
I think the same applies.
yeah. The only
I haven't
thing
been.
that has changed is the UI.
Yeah, basically.
Where the hell do I find these assets? There is no link. Like I can't
Hmm.
find any sort of.
I think
Man, I
the
think
one comment is this is a confusing
there's only one
tutorial.
code. Well, it's just very confusing tutorial. Whatever.
Bearing. Are bearing housing standard across all? assemblies, or is it something that has different sizings too?
I mean, you definitely have like as many bearing housings as there are bearings, so
Uh,
so
well,
effectively an infinite amount.
I did not think about that. I thought I could just go on GrabCAD and download a random bearing housing model and use it, but
I mean,
apparently
to
not.
some extent you can. Do you ever download stuff off McMaster-Carr?
Uh, I mean, yes, I do sometimes, but uh, I have no idea what to do about the scaling issues.
Is the stuff like importing at the wrong scale or something?
I mean, uh, I haven't been able to found the exact like the asset packs of any of these,
Oh
but
yeah.
I did find a few by going into the Wayback Machine, and like these links don't even work anymore. These just reroute
Mhm.
into YouTube. So I put those links into the Wayback Machine and it spit out like 11-year-old tutorial that had a similar share of asset packs.
Yeah.
But it's
Wait, I think
pa-
that's a really bad design. If those are official SolidWorks tutorial, they should have been working even after 10 years. Or,
yeah,
make a redirection of that. Dude, 2014. I'm
it's like
old.
you know what, I'm still stuck in 2017. Like each time I have to write today's date, I just for some reason it automatically my brain goes to 2017.
hmm
Wayback Machine. So far, SolidWorks has been pretty cool. It's been
Just
mostly intuitive.
ask ChatGPT to recreate the geometry.
No, no.
I did as an experiment one time. I don't remember if it was Claude or ChatGPT, but I asked it to make a Blender add-on that would have like sliders to generate apartment buildings that had like uh parametric like windows and doors and things, and it
Yeah.
kind of
How did it
worked.
work?
It
Of course, it kind of
yeah,
works. It's just
it made parametric stuff that was rectangles with other there were cubes with other cubes that were supposed to represent the doors and windows, but none of them like ordered themselves properly.
Oh no!
But it was one of those things where I was like, okay, I wouldn't have even known where to start with this because I don't know Python well enough. Like I was like, but I think I can look at, like, I understand it well enough that I think I could fix this, but I don't think I could write it from scratch.
Just wait until you run into memory leaks.
These are my posts. I want to
I made an
followers.
Obsidian plugin that like it you could search
Like,
around in your own handwriting. Let's say you have written a note using your like your drawing pad, and you could
Mhm.
just control F into your own handwriting, and you could like
That's cool.
you could put wiki links inside of canvases, so you can have a canvas inside a canvas inside a canvas. And because it's
hmm
Obsidian, you could have the graphs as well. So all those things work, but for some reason it consumes like a single file consumes 8 GB of RAM.
because ChatGPT tries to make it as good as you can as it can, but it doesn't work like
Yeah,
optimizing files.
it just spawns like a ridiculous amount of
It's,
instances of the same file every
yeah,
time. and it caches in like I did not know that I did not know what caching exactly meant, so I thought, yeah, caching make shit faster, cache everything, boom.
Dude, I was like, I have my project already on GitHub, so I erase everything just to rebuild the robot uh, packets to see what I can improve. And I noticed how the cache for my Raspberry Pi just filled like a ton. And
Mhm.
if you delete the everything from the project folder except source, the I think the bash rc file, it
Yeah,
can find the necessary when you modify the bash rc file so you can actually call every time you launch terminal. We can call the install files in the project when you
yeah,
build it. So since it couldn't find it, like it went crazy, and the logs were full of text data saying I can't find this thing, and it went like
Mhm.
when I was looking for what was happening, it was like 20 gigabytes of file of just text data, and I was like, what the hell is happening? I don't even remember what I did. I think I found something like because just erasing the data didn't fix the problem because it still wasn't finding that. So I think I had to restart something, and it that made it go away. So my Raspberry Pi had time to breathe.
I was once helping a friend do a web project and sorry, an app project. So after tinkering about a bit, the only thing he asked me to do was upload everything to GitHub, and I uploaded that to I think ChatGPT or Copilot, and for some reason it told me that there was a redundant .git file that's left and it's tampering with everything. And its solution to that was to run RMRF on the entire folder.
Yeah, that isn't particularly helpful.
Yeah, I spent the entire night rebuilding the project bit by bit using all the prompts he made to ChatGPT. I ran every prompt again. Eventually it
Uh-huh.
did. It was such a pain.
Mm.
Resource center.
Dude, we feel as a society when everything became a subscription service.
Yep.
Like I
Ah,
wouldn't mind paying uh perpetual license for SolidWorks because I think SolidWorks is a really ironically I think it's a really solid software. They just ask you for just huge amounts of money each year, just not feasible.
Mhm.
hmm.
And like I understand when so I understand the logic behind that. You still pay for it, but we try to improve it as much as we can. But I don't can basically see barely any improvements on it. I don't know if just I'm not as professional enough using it to notice something, but I don't see it like it's worth it. Like I actually I was curious if I could snag a aftermarket license key when they still sell perpetual license key. Apparently,
Yeah.
sometimes they decided just to invalidate those keys they wanted, even if
Uh-huh.
they were limits. And I was like, this is so disgusting. And it's just pushing me over, trying to find open source alternatives to it, because well, I just don't, well, I mostly don't buy the idea that you should go uh, all open software just because
Yeah.
like in the real world you can just find something like some programs that work just as well as some paid software. And I defend and I can champion open source software and hardware a lot that they can. At the end of the day, the best software for you is the one that works for you, even if it's,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, a premium or paid, whatever. So while I think Blender is an awesome program for 3D modeling in the artistic side, I don't think FreeCAD is that good.
Yeah, and I mean Blender sucked for a really long time.
But now it's the first time I saw Blender, it was like, I can't believe this is an open source software. It just looks so clean.
Yeah, the first time I tried to use Blender, when was it? It was probably in like 2008, I think. And it
Ugh.
I opened it and I just went, I don't even know what the fuck any of this is, and it was just like this huge cluster of buttons with no labels, and you could mouse over stuff and it didn't explain anything, and like I just immediately uninstalled it and didn't even try, and like tried a couple years later, same thing. And then when they did the big UI redesign around, I think it was like version 2 or something, it got infinitely better.
That's what happened when you actually hire uh, UI designers instead of people to do as efficiently as possible. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I generally think that one of the things that are holding open source software back is the things that it comes with it, because there are a lot of people who just say you should use a terminal, and I'm like, dude, some people just want to use their computers.
Yeah, I have had that argument with a couple of my coworkers where they're like, I don't understand why like anybody would be fine using Linux as their daily driver. And I'm like, no, it's not there yet. Like I dual boot and I use Linux for a lot of stuff, but like it is not friendly to just the average person.
No, it's not friendly at all. Like, I started in 2020 out of curiosity more than anything else, because I just wanted to make my, like, having an OS look pretty, because I think Windows looks like ass.
Mm,
So I saw that they basically entered in the right for the Rising community, because I saw what they do to their desktop, and I say, oh, this is cool. I wanted this. For some reason, I couldn't work Wi-Fi.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
It just didn't work. I couldn't find like nothing. I asked people, just basically said it should work. It's already installed in the kernel. It wasn't. Like, and again, I was a newbie. And people are so useless for dealing with newbies. The only reason
And
I
a lot of them
stay is
are like
because I'm really
dicks
reserved.
about it too.
Yeah, they're really dicks about it. It's just full of elitism. I don't understand it. Like, it's way funnier because people were bitching about, because Linus Torvalds in that Linus Tech Tip video, he said that he uses Fedora, and there were some fat ass Arc users like me bitching because he didn't use Arc. Like, dude, did you watch the video? He literally explained why he uses Fedora, because he only works on the kernel. He's a maintainer, and Fedora is the one that lets him, do his job better. That's a really hard. Like, there are people don't like. The thing is a sacrilege. Some uh, static distros, I think they're called, like SteamOS and Bassite, that basically you can use the console for anything.
Yeah.
Like they would say, well, I don't know why they will install this. I like working on a terminal. I say, yeah, that's you. Some people just want to use their computers as simple as they can. I
And
think
other than
that
masochists.
those soft, I think that those type of operating systems are really good for people like that. They just don't want to forget of anything, because even if you're working on not on a rolling disk, like I work on Arch Linux. I basically started on it on just to stay because I really like it. I have my system broken just because of software update. Just the libraries is compatible, and I fuck my entire system. So people don't want that. Even in not rolling distros like Debian, it could still happen. Hell, in Bassite it happened. I have a friend that uses that he moved to Bassite because of was tired of Windows, and it's infinitely consumable memory. So he switched to Bassite and something broke. That's Yeah, I think that those kind of distros are good for the general consumers, because they don't want something so complicated. Like, I know it's really cool. I use a terminal a lot to work on myself an expert or anything, but I use the terminal a lot to do some things. While it is cool and it's technically more versatile, it still isn't easier and it's just more complicated stuff if you can do it on a
Yeah.
visual way. Like, again, this is MS-DOS behavior.
Uh-huh. I actually I
Why
saw a
would you?
comment that someone put on an article where they were like, it was an article about how to do something in Fusion, and they were like, I don't understand why anybody would use Fusion when you have OpenSCAD right there, and you can literally do everything in OpenSCAD that you could do in Fusion or
Dude,
SolidWorks. And it was like, you have
OpenSCAD
never,
suck.
yeah, it was like you've either never
OpenSCAD,
CADed anything that's
like,
like more complex than like a cylinder, or
I think even doing cylinders is really
Yeah.
complex. I don't like that mentality. It's really what's holding open source back, not making things
yeah.
easier. Like, for example, Krita is a really good alternative to basically any drawing program, because it's open source and it's free and its
Mhm.
UI is really great. It's awesome.
Yeah, I like
It
Krita a
looks like
lot.
Yeah.
it looks like a competitor, and
I
it's
mean,
open
it
source.
is. Yeah. A lot of people have made like really good, crazy projects, even short films with Krita. So it is really powerful. Especially once you start getting into plugins and you like redesign a few UI elements according to your needs, it it starts to feel less like an airplane docking station and more like a usable app.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, again, so FreeCAD, it run like crap. It looked like crap. It worked like crap until version 1.0 basically, and still base FreeCAD still looks like something out of Windows 95. I don't get
Hmm.
it. So the same with LibreOffice, it looks like a Windows 95 software. Like, I know all the problems that only Office carries behind. It's technically open source, but it's not. It's in this really weird limbo, and it's because it's being made by Russians. There risk of spyware of anything, but still, it's a better I think it's a better software than LibreCAD. Not only for
Yeah.
the UI, but it also works better with Windows. With the Windows file system.
Hmm.
Like, I'm sorry, LibreCAD doesn't work with Microsoft docs and XLS and PPT files. And I know, yes, I should use if the open source version of those files, but the real world doesn't work like that. There's basically no there's no incentive for regular people to use those alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
And I still, again, I will use the program, but it just doesn't work well with the file system that people actually use. And I don't think LibreOffice just works really good. Like, it still has a lot of problems that, like,
I
pasting an
mean,
image or
honestly, all
showing.
those problems are kind of fixable, but it just needs a lot more community support. If you just go onto the plugins page for LibreOffice, there are barely any, and all
Yeah,
those
it's
are
like,
like
well,
years
it's not,
old.
even that, I think, like, LibreOffice is just still a really big software. It still has an active, development. So, like, the reason why I switched from LibreOffice to only Office is because formulas didn't show correctly on LibreOffice, like, at all.
Oh,
So I had a lot of documents that my teacher sent me, and they were full of formulas, and they didn't show up on LibreOffice. But you know where they did? In OnlyOffice. It's such a fundamental problem. It shouldn't be fixed by the community. It should be fixed by the active developers of it.
Yeah.
The same with OpenSCAD. Like, OpenSCAD can do chamfers correctly still. And that problem migrated to FreeCAD. That's one of the reasons people don't like FreeCAD, because when you're trying to do a chamfer, it could potentially break your entire model.
Mm-hmm.
by the way, Isaac, where did you learn Blender from? I kind of want to learn Blender from a more artistic point of view in the future.
Yeah, I should learn Blender too, because CAD programs, no matter what your CAD program you're using, is just not suited for more organic
Yeah,
design.
let's say you wanna like,
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where, because I mean, I've been using it for at least on and off. I wouldn't say I'm super good at Blender, but I've been using it on and off for a bunch of years now. Um, I think mostly I actually was just doing the tutorials that are on like the Blender Foundation website
hmm,
because they have a bunch of
I
free
think
ones.
I think I only used it for two things. One was to modify an STL of a hook for my headphones, because the screw didn't fit in my desk, because my desk is mounted on a steel frame. So it was just too narrow for it to enter or be fixed. So I used Blender to stretch that thing
Uh-huh.
and to modify another STL to remove a part, because it was just in one thing. And, like, trying modifying an STL in the CAD program. Try it.
Yeah, modifying STLs in Fusion is horrendous.
Also in SolidWorks, it's just not worth it. I
That
actually
was one of
modified
the things
I
like
actually
a
modified an
couple
STL
months
in
ago.
Fusion. I have a fork of a credit card size drawing template for doing schematic symbols for secret circuits. I modified that thing and added extra symbols. It was a nightmare to do that.
Yeah, and like uh, I was working at a museum a while, like years ago, that I had drawn up a bunch of designs for for some exhibits that I wanted to have made. And they're like, my boss was like, okay, great. You can have a meeting with the exhibit design company like on Friday or something to pitch this to them. And it was like bad napkin sketches, and I was like, I don't want to show them this. So I was like, can I spend the next like 4 days just blasting through Fusion tutorials so I can try to give them a decent CAD model like on Friday morning? I was like, I'm gonna be on YouTube a lot, but I promise I am actually working.
So did you end up doing it?
Yeah, it was actually funny. They asked me when I was in the meeting, they were like, "These drawings are great. Like, where did you go to school?" And I was like,
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah.
I was like,
I
I learned this software in like the last 3 days.
yeah.
uh, they were either really impressed or really scared.
That's why degrees are worthless. You could just learn everything in 3 days if you have a deadline.
Uh-huh. Yeah, in Fusion, I don't know if they still have it, but at least back then they had a built-in tutorial that would like walk you through modeling a
Yeah,
water
it
bottle.
yeah, it still does. Now
I
it's
think they don't have it. They tried it, but it's like it doesn't
yeah, it doesn't feel right. It
exist. I don't know.
feels very
It's really
vague.
weird.
But the current like tutorial model is pretty cool. It's currently, I guess, uh like it's a pocket knife, I think, currently in the
Uh,
latest Fusion tutorials.
yeah, and at first I tried learning SketchUp because I was like, oh, so many people use SketchUp and it's so super simple. And I actually thought SketchUp was way harder than any real CAD software. And I think it's like it just was the way they expect you to design stuff wasn't intuitive to me. And like I already work on physical objects and like sculpt and use table saws and lathes and like all this stuff. So I was like doing like revolves and extrudes and things in real CAD. I was just like, oh yeah, this is just all of these are just analogs of real processes I already do. So it came to me pretty quickly.
Should try Onshape one of these days to have an alternative whenever this SolidWorks license fails, because that
Mhm.
happened with the 2024 license. So, but I was still in college, so they hooked me up with a new license, and it worked. But anytime that thing is just gonna fail because I have my degree legally, so
Yeah. Yeah, I was using the free Fusion for a long time, but they kept like paring it down and getting rid of more features, and it just kept sucking more and more.
yeah,
And I
like
got my
they even remove like when I was in college, they used to teach us in uh, G code on HMS Works, I think it was called,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, and they got rid of your ability to do rapids, so your CNC is all slow
they
all the time.
they got rid of the thing, and I can't find any way to do this like it really you can use Fusion cat count capabilities to do this. No, I can't do it. Like I can see the path working and make the G code myself, like in HMS Works. So it was like good. Now I can modify my own G code, and like
Mhm.
there's no good alternative because I think it's like I try another programs, but they just don't work as good.
Yeah.
And now it will never work just as good because the problem doesn't exist anymore. It's gone to Fusion just like Eagle.
Mhm.
Wait, so you can like write your own custom G code now. Like you could just tell the 3D printer to move in a certain way.
I mean, those like that G code was used for CNC machines, so it's kind of different from the G code used. Well, technically no, but
Yeah, I was gonna say
like
it's
some,
still G code. There's just a few
it's
codes
still
that
G code. It's just it's the application is different, so some things are different.
yeah.
Like you know,
It is kind of cool though, because like instead of
like
asking it to
the
print
position
layer
of
by layer.
the position of the extruder, I think that's the same, but some codes that activate some functions, like just they don't work.
Mhm. I really want to learn Rhino because I see a lot of videos of people doing really cool stuff with some of the parametric things in Rhino where they make like custom what like G code interpreter things that just squirt out, I don't know, like cool geometric movements for their print heads that do things that would be really hard to do with a normal slicer.
You need to learn parametric design. It's a really useful skill to know.
What exactly can you do with Rhino?
I see. Let me see if I can find. You can do. Rhino is another one of those softwares where it's. I mean, it's not open source, but I feel like the UI is bad because it's like hampered by being industries and like standard for certain industries for so long that like every time they try to add features or change anything, the industry gets mad and is like, no, I like the way it has been for 40 years. So they just keep
Dude,
having to like bloat it with new stuff without getting
Siemens
rid of the old
PLC,
stuff.
a portal that works like that. It's an ancient software that still has new
Hmm.
releases, but still like it looks like something from Windows XP.
Uh-huh. Yeah, my wife has her master's in architecture and they use Rhino a lot. And when I watch her use Rhino, I'm just like, this is painful. And you know what you're doing. I wouldn't even know where to start. And some of it is kind of the same issue you were talking about with Linux, where there's a console in Rhino where like technically you can do everything through the UI, but the only way to really effectively use it is by typing a lot of commands.
Yeah. AutoCAD had the same thing. It was so fucked up.
It's just-
I had no idea where anything is unless you specifically type for like the line command and the fillet command. For a very long time, I had no idea where the fillet command even lives in the UI.
Hmm.
Everyone in a sec. Family just came by. I have to say hello to them.
Yeah.
Have fun. Let's-
By the way, I was talking to Tanyan and uh, he mentioned that soon enough he'll do a live stream where he will break down research papers. Like Tanyan is
That's
a
cool.
yeah, he's like a person who reads research papers for fun. So has a r- he has a lot of experience doing it, and he's currently applying
Hmm.
for his PhD as well. So win for win. Do you have any plans for like getting back into academia?
Um, I'm not sure. I would like to. I just don't know if I will ever really have the time to devote to it. Um, I think the closest I might get is teaching at the like local university.
Like he mentioned that you could directly go for a PhD and like teach as an assistant professor for a while, so you have a livable income
Mhm.
and you could have your PhD side by side. I'm thinking of going through that route. Like I don't want to do masters for another 2 years or any of that bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I helped my wife through her undergrad and her master's, and now she like works full time, but then she also teaches part time. And occasionally, if she's busy, I'll go like substitute teach her class. Um, and just the university doesn't need to know.
That's cool. So nobody even like questions why there's another teacher. I mean, they wouldn't know because I guess the number of faculties is probably enormous.
Yeah, well, that and like, um, I we are both kind of from similar enough backgrounds, and she teaches like an undergrad class, and I'm like, I already know all this stuff, so like it's easy for me to teach it.
That's crazy. What is
But
this
even
song?
without teaching,
Yeah.
what? I was just gonna say, she teaches in the like design and architecture school, and um, I have enough like contacts in that field that even without teaching, I get invited to go do like design reviews for students and go and like give feedback. So like I'm already at the school all the time anyway. And they're starting to redesign part of the curriculum for their industrial design program, and I
Yeah.
sent an email to I forget the current chair of the school and was like, "Hey, you should talk to me because I have ideas about the way you should be restructuring this program and things that I have seen as lacking in your students that they should probably learn."
I wish I could do that. I really wish. We technically do have feedback forms for professors, but like I have my course is already over, so why bother?
Mhm.
Parallel. Oh shit.
Yeah, I think even if I went back to school, I probably wouldn't be coming back for like a whole degree. I would just be going back for specific classes that were interesting to me.
Yeah. What Tanyon is basically doing is he's simultaneously applying for a school and a research lab. So he'll just be getting the degree from his school, but like the actual most of his time would be spent in the research lab.
Hmm.
That's it. That just makes more sense to me than going full on with academia.
Yeah, and like research is, I think, where you get to do more interesting stuff anyway.
Yeah, I don't want to do practical shit. I want to do things that are just fun. I want to do Do you know what biomimetic robotics are?
Hmm.
It's like uh, when Nat Geo comes up with robots that look very identical to animals and they use it
Uh-huh.
to study them. Like the fake robot, like the robot penguin or a robot fish or a robot octopus. I want to make things like that.
Yeah, that would be really cool. Just biomimetic design in general is a really interesting field.
Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of professors in India who do like biomimetic robotics, but there I guess there are a few relevant ones. Like, uh, I think currently the more popular thing that's going on is bio-inspired robotics, is where you like take inspiration from nature in terms of the mechanics of the thing you're designing. Like if you wanna,
Uh-huh.
let's say you wanna make a swimming robot, you take the inspiration of the body from a fish, so it just becomes more intuitive.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like, I mean, I'm sure you saw the pictures I posted of the robot I'm working on, and it is very much beetle inspired, but not like to the point of biomimetics. It's just, I was like, well, I need to make a little rover thing and want it to kind of do some like work around the yard and be able to kind of do general labor and like push stuff around when it's not doing LiDAR scanning. And I was like, maybe
Yeah.
like a Hercules beetle.
Oh, I have a friend who did design a beetle inspired robot. Wait, he's pretty great at using CAD software.
Yeah, part of my problem is like I can usually CAD whatever I want. I just don't necessarily know what I want to CAD, and I'm kind of like almost like just kind of like sketching. Like I'm basically doing parametric sketching where I'm like figuring out the design as I go.
Yeah, this thing.
Let's see, let me switch back over there. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he made the entire thing in a few hours, and it was supposed to be for a robot football kind of competition, and
Mhm.
these sort of bevels were supposed to uh, like uh, like capture the ball and sort of roll along with the robot, and they were like placed in such angle that it would always go towards the center, and it did work great. The only thing that was hindering it was the material, honestly.
Mhm.
Like you can't compete with people who just come up with metal bots for a simple hackathon.
One of the things that I've wanted to do for a long time is make a robot for like battle bots.
Oh yeah,
Um, and everybody builds for like the weight limit where they're just trying to like I think the weight limit's like 250 pounds or something. Um, but almost nobody ever builds to the size limit, which is a 5 foot cube. And I really want to build like a big rolling sphere robot that's just 5 feet.
you know what, that's
It's just
actually a
massive.
great idea because nobody can tip you over if you're a sphere.
Yeah, well, and a lot of like any sort of kinetic weapons kind of rely on you having enough grip on the floor that they can actually like impart the force into your robot. But if your
Yeah.
robot's just round, like it just gets kind of pushed and like kind of neuters a lot of weapons.
One of my favorite battle bots was literally just an axle. It was two sticks with a motor in between, and it demolished everything else.
I went to a robot fight on Saturday, and there was a robot that was kind of the opposite of that. It was motors really far away from each other on either end with a big board in the middle.
Oh, wait, so it was basically a double lawnmower.
Let me see. Let me open Discord on my phone and see if this video is small enough to fit in the Discord chat. Much too large.
Mm. Oh, coincident with the bearing housing. Bearing housing. Now, what? And then expand feature manager. Select plane one from the what? Plane one. Stations. Guess. Fuck.
There. I just threw the videos on my Google Drive because they're too big for Discord chat. They're in the stream chat.
Again,
Let's see. Can I
see.
summon you?
Or is it like here? Okay, got it.
Yeah. Oh, that's dumb. There's one video in there because I put 4 videos in that folder. I wonder if I sent the link to, did I send the link to the folder or just the one file? I think I sent it to just the file. That should be a
Yeah.
better link. But there was one fight that only lasted for like 20 seconds, and one of the robots got launched and then stabbed into the floor with like its head and got
What?
stuck.
Yeah, got it. Is my stream audio on?
This one didn't last super long either.
Damn! Whoa! Whoa! Damn! I want to see more.
Yeah, the like Robot Combat League had their national championship here the day after I got back from vacation. So me and my wife went and watched a few fights.
I have never seen a robot fight in person.
Well, and those bigger ones, those ones are the 30-pound weight class, and at least in one of the fights, like the other robot was just getting tossed like slammed against the ceiling.
One thing I really want to experience is a robot breaking out of the cage.
Uh-huh.
I think it's only happened like less than 10 times. Every time they break it, they add something new reinforcement, but they just crazy robots come around and fuck everything.
Yeah. Did you ever watch Mythbusters?
Yeah.
Jamie Heineman did a battle bot before Mythbusters, and that he's the reason they started putting the roof on the cage because it was throwing robots high enough that they were like, it's gonna throw robots into the crowd, and so they asked him like to basically just take a win by default, and they were like, you can't fight with your robot here this year anymore.
That's so crazy. But imagine if someone did get in contact with a battle bot. Wait, can't the
Yeah.
military just use battle bots against people if they really wanted to?
Yeah, I mean, especially with how much, I don't know, how much force is in them, but I mean, I guess we do. It's drone strikes.
I mean, yeah, we have drones that can annihilate anyone with a single tap on a screen.
Yeah. I don't remember who it was that America assassinated a while ago that, well, first when I saw what we call, I don't even remember what we call the drone, but it was some really douchey like edgelord teenager name. It was like Ultra Deathclaw 9000 or something. And then when they said that they only killed the one guy and like nobody else was even in the room, I was like, how does that work? Because like I was imagining it being like a bomb basically. And then I look it up and it's this special pretty much missile that just kind of like opens up with a bunch of spikes to kill a guy. It's like, why are we putting this much resources into this?
For national security, of course.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm the not one who's getting in trouble for saying this on stream. I can say whatever I want.
I don't remember who it was, or I don't remember if it was in this group or the other group that the other, because I'm also in a group for that robot competition that I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I just know somebody was like, "Oh, I'm like going into my career, whatever, and I really want to work for like these like 3 or 4 companies, and they're all like shitty defense contractors here." And I'm like, "Don't do that. Like, go build cool robots and not
Did they
ones that
mention
like violate."
Androil?
Like,
Boston Dynamics. I'm just gonna say that. Boston Dynamics.
Wait, I think I
I
remember
really, I
what
really
you're
don't
talking
understand why
about.
I really don't understand why the US just spends so much on military equipment because they have never won a war. They never
Uh,
won a single conflict. Like, it's actually funny.
well, uh,
that
there are a
is
few things
very
I want to
funny.
For
say,
all the
but
propaganda that happened, I grew up watching these movies and series that glorify the United States Army. And then I became
Uh-huh.
older and I saw that not a single conflict was won by those people. Like, Korea was kicking their ass. They had to invent a really dangerous chemical to deal with them. You know, the tree
Uh-huh.
people. And even
Yeah.
that didn't even work. Like, big world that didn't even let them win. Damaged both the enemy and their own troops.
Uh,
Like, we under World War II? No, they didn't. You only bombed them because
yeah,
they bombed
it
your.
was 90% done already, and we just came in
Yeah,
red-handed
and
and
they
got the credit.
like there's historical records that actually most of the Americans weren't in favor of Hitler. Like I I found out that when the first Captain American issue came out, people were
Mhm.
rioting to. I don't remember the original name of Marvel at that time, but they didn't like the cover because he was, Hitler. He was punching
Yeah.
the phone mustache man. Like,
Yeah,
I was like,
it's always really unfortunate learning like anything about my country because it's like it all comes back to like just shitty like racism and stuff and like
yeah, like I actually like still I really feel bad for people because I know that just because a bunch of they are not everyone is
Was
just
it
an asshole. Just a
this chat?
different person. But like
yeah, and like I don't know
watching
what
the
Shield
watching
AI
the
is, but
right to bitch about
Andrew and Skydio are both
immigrants
bad.
and whatnot, when most of their leaders are also immigrants, and the whole country is built upon immigration. Like I'm not
Uh-huh.
even talking about like, right now. I'm just talking about like the colonization of the American soil, and I mean
Uh-huh.
the
Yeah,
continent, not the country. Like that's also something that I really don't understand because America is just the continent. Like the United States didn't invent that name. It was because the guy who made the continent, it was America. I don't remember that it was with Christopher Columbus. So
Yeah.
I really don't understand that trying to monopolize the entire continent, just their identity. And like I've seen, like I think the US used to have a culture, but they basically do not have one right now. All I see it's just people fighting their ideas, thinking it's politics, and I really think it's really dumb.
Yeah. I am very regularly just like maybe we should go to a country that doesn't blow.
Oh, like I'm from South America, so I actually want to move out to another country. And before I was like, I will never live in the United States because they use the imperial system instead of the international system. But like that's right now, that's like the least of my problems.
Uh-huh.
like, like where to live? Basically, every single country is fucked up right now. Like Canada still has like raising prices. I don't understand what's going on there. The UK, like it's really funny seeing how
yeah.
the UK changes prime minister like in Peru. They didn't have
It's funny how the UK
haven't
has
had
an
a
immigration problem
stable
right
government
now.
in the last 10 years.
Uh-huh.
The most ironic shit I've heard is UK having a immigration problem.
Yeah, I think the immigration like or like a
Yeah.
real immigration problem. Like people actually doing more harm than good. Like whatever the US is trying to brainwash people to think like also like Spain is in a really bad spot also because the government just like there's no winning for them also both right and left are just shit like completely pieces of shit
Yeah.
and like the laws basically allow some people to occupy a home, and you can legally evict them even if they illegally enter. I don't understand the logic behind that. And also, rent is really, really high for some shit. It's like New York. They wanna make you pay to live in a shitty one-room apartment. Like, what are you talking about? France, I don't know actually how good France is doing. Hey, but still, France has this problem, especially if you're living in Paris. It's basically living in a dumpster.
I mean, France does have a few issues, especially if you are someone who's like France native. So, like,
Yeah.
it's kind of a racism issue.
Yeah, there's a lot of racism and xenophobia. Like, you can hate people just because they come. Just if you want to hate people, hate them for right reasons, like because it's a piece of shit.
Yeah, the same the
Like,
same problem is with Australia, like for Indians right now. I would really love to go to Australia. I think it's a really great place, but when I see like in news that like people killed someone just for his ethnicity, it just feels
yeah,
dangerous
it's
and
a
weird.
real it's really sad because like they're really, it's like this vocal minority that you watch these people. Like, for example, I won't use the example for India, but here in South America, we have a real problem with Venezuelans because they obviously migrated from their country because it's run
With
from
who?
the ground because of the dictator that was there. And there's been a lot of problems because of that, and some people are really xenophobic to them. And you understand why, because there's this little minority of them that just acts really entitled in the best of cases, and they're straight off, bad people. They they rob and everything and form bands. So uh, people just also some find annoying, and it's like I really don't get it because and when Trump made his tactical assault to Venezuela to capture him, everyone on Twitter was finally we're gonna go back home, and like, are you are you for real now? Like, this isn't new. Like, there have been since 2014, at least 2015, they've been migrating in mass because their country is just that bad. They have formed
Yeah.
lives in there, and you are asking them to go back to a country lit on fire just because the dictator was captured. Like, that doesn't solve anything.
Yeah.
Like, the
Yeah. That's one of
government
those things
is
where it's like, okay, good
yeah,
first
like,
step, but
yeah, it's a good first step. It's not gonna solve anything because the government is still working on their. They just lost their leader, and like, he wasn't a leader to begin with. It was just a figure because he I don't know if you know, but that guy, he was a bus driver, or he took power, and he took power because the prior dictator, Hugo Chavez, he put it on there because he really liked him, I think, and then he died, so he took power, and they made him marry one of the woman in the government. So as far as I know, she was the real one in power.
yeah.
She was actually a graduated person. I think she was an actual politician with a degree and all. So no, it's not gonna fix anything. But people just like to hate, and like, if you're gonna hate, do it right. I'm not saying you can't. Just do it for the right reason. Do it justified, not because you don't like this person for their color of when they came from.
Yeah.
I know there are some stereotypes and some some like weird things that they happen to those people. Like I had a friend that she was in the US doing work and travel, and she actually was sexually molested by an Indian guy. But
Uh-huh.
that experience doesn't mean that I think all Indian guys are like that.
Exactly.
But people are like that because it's really that idea. It's really loud on the internet. So
I
it's
mean,
like it's horrible.
it's just human psychology. Like people correlate events
Yeah,
even if
it's
there is zero causation to that.
yeah, it's like people are way more mean than they believe to be. And they think they're right. That's the worst, but they think they're right.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's one of my biggest um issues with a lot of the like Trump supporting people here
Mm.
is like they're so sure that they're right about like, well, it's all these immigrants that are causing all of our issues. And it's like,
yeah.
I don't even like we're starting from such a different base, like understanding of the world that I don't even understand how to try to talk to you about this. Because like you're just starting at the assumption that like certain groups of people are automatically bad.
Yeah, and then trying to justify
Yeah,
it. So eventually you are going to justify it just in a very really shitty way.
Hmm.
yeah, like you're gonna find someone that does what you think, and you think that it's. I mean, it's not an example. It's just the whole picture, and that you're probably wrong because like, it's really funny because the immigration part, Florida, that, and then like I think it was last year that they decided to lower the age permission for teenagers to work because they
Uh-huh.
stopped having workers, and like
Yes, they
the
want
the
to just have
the
these kids
proposal
working.
basically yeah, the proposal basically wanted to turn child labor legal,
Uh-huh.
or well, should I say child slavery, because it's like
Uh-huh.
it was just so inhumane what they wanted them to do. It's like, dude, are you out of your mind?
Did it actually happen?
There's
Yeah.
also the fact that these people doing these immigration captures are just pathetic people that want some kind of uh, want to show some kind of um, wait, I forgot this word. Uh, they want to feel powerful and have power, and they
Yeah.
it's really
Yeah.
nice. Like they don't have anything to show for, and it's really funny because I don't know if you saw in that video. There was a video like which of us guys were trying to capture one guy, just outrun them in their bicycle. It was like watching a Looney Tunes skit because that people is just not. They're just sad little dudes, overweight,
Yeah.
want some kind of fulfillment, but the fulfillment that they want is based on hate and whatnot.
Hmm.
And it's really sad what's happening in the world. It's not in the it's not only in the US, it's everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of just
Yeah.
bad
It's just
shit
that
happening all over.
like US is just popular enough to be seen all around the world. There are
Mhm.
similar scandals and things going on even in other
I mean, it
countries.
really doesn't help that the US is just running the economy of the entire world because for some reason we decided, yeah, they should be the pillar of the economy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
because we're the
And
best.
what's really funny is
supposedly.
everything can trace back to Ronald Reagan. That's the funny stuff. Everything can be traced back to
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan.
I love those like graphs where it's like take any social issue and you can see that it got worse when Ronald Reagan, or it like all leads back to Ronald Reagan made it
Yeah,
worse.
it always back to him. He really fuck up the global economy. Well, everything. He
Yeah.
fucked up everything. Like, it was just. And the
My
worst, he
wife's
was.
family is pro Reagan and pro America, and like both of us like have a hard time talking to him. But at one point, like I mean, her mom has like a cross stitch of like the Pledge of Allegiance in their basement, and I laughed at it one day. And she was like, "Can you believe that there's kids that refuse to say the Pledge of Allegiance in school?" And I was like, "Yeah, I was one of them." And she's like, "Well, don't tell Randy, like my wife's dad." She's like, he'll be really mad and he won't understand." And I was like, why? I was like, one, now being like an adult and looking back on it, it's weird, like nationalistic behavior. But even as a kid, I was like, I don't feel proud enough of my country to pledge allegiance to it.
Yeah, like it's really that. Like in my country, I mean, it's not like that. But it's still we still have a serious problem with politics. Like we try everything, like nothing is working. Like the fuck, because the president since 2007 to 2016
Mhm,
basically make the country unable to be run without organized crime. And
mhm,
he's actually hiding in Belgium because we actually have proof that he committed crimes during his presidency. So the moment his term ended, he put the vice president of the time to run against another, the one that we actually wanted to win. But we are really 100% sure there were some the votes were rigged. So the guy that they put on the vice president, he won the presidency, but it didn't work because they started fighting. Like the whole
mhm,
political party started fighting. They divided themselves, and like, and we chose another one who wasn't um I don't say this. I'm sorry. Aligned with the political party, and
uh-huh,
still didn't work because that guy did it. It was really incompetent. Like
mhm,
the COVID thing was hilariously bad, hilariously un- under management. Like in like a month, we have three different minister of health. So there's that. Because like it was found they were withholding the vaccine.
mhm.
No, I'm sorry. That was with the the guy with the one who got chosen. New guy came. We actually had good expectations because he fixed like the COVID situation in like a month. It was really
Oh, nice.
mismanagement. So, and he stopped doing anything.
Mm,
Like even we I don't know how to explain it in English, but he did something in the parliament that allowed him to basically fire the entire ministry, and sole control of power, but he had to resign in like 2 months. So he could have done something, and he didn't do anything with that power.
mm.
We don't know if because the constitution is really tight for the way it was rewritten. and basically you can't. The constitution is written in such a way that the criminals have way better legal precedent than a normal citizen. They have way tons of more leeway to just justify what they do. So we are trying to change that, but people here are so brainwashed by the first guy whose only good contribution was building railroads.
That's
They like
unfortunately that's relatable.
yeah, like and even that it's not railroads. It's well, it's just roads. Like, and even with that, when his presidency ended, they started to break down. Like it was like this really funny coincidence,
Yeah.
and like people still are brainwashed by that guy, and they say, "Look, like I don't understand these people because they defend any politician like it's the second coming of Jesus," and I'm like, dude, it's a politician. They are they are basically they were we the tax people are going to
Sorry, your internet's
from
bad right now. Or maybe mine is.
like
Bro,
dude, why do internet drivers work so ass in Linux?
bro,
I know you were getting progressively worse and worse sound quality before you dropped off.
yeah.
Yeah,
I was wondering if it was my or an issue on my side, so
no, it's me. It's like I know my internet is not the best, but in Windows it runs way better than Linux because Linux just the
Yeah,
drivers just suck. Because,
I feel that way with almost all drivers in Linux.
so apparently, I think it's because I'm using a Realtek driver. I think Intels are really good because Intel actually contributes a lot of things to the Linux kernel. But
Uh-huh.
whatever. Uh, so this new guy, the one we actually have, uh, he has been doing basically nothing. Like supposed to be doing something, and he tried to change the constitution, but people. The problem with that guy is that he basically didn't want to win. I think he just wanted to have some political background to
Mhm.
potentially run for president any other time. But we were so fed up with the state of the country that we voted for him because he was the guy. He's the son of the guy we wanted to be president.
Mhm.
So we decided, hey, let's try. I mean, what else are we gonna do?
what's the worst that
And
could happen?
so,
You're like, damn, that's the worst that could happen.
so he's basically been doing nothing, like a couple of busts here and there of organized crime, but things haven't really changed that much. And also, he's been alienating the population really hard, especially now since we have really complicated import uh, laws. So if you are a natural person and you want to import something, I don't know, from the US, there's a law that only allows you to, per order, have up to 2 pounds on weight and $400. So, for example, you can just import a television, for example, that it will make you pay more. And so basically, everyone use that to import shoes, clothes, because it's just way more cheaper than buying them here. And so the vice president of this guy, who comes from a wealthy family that has, I mean, the business of her parents, it's in the clothes, as a clothes store that moved their operation to, I think, Peru the moment the laws made it so it will be way more expensive to produce him here. So she, trying to justify the economy of the people here, made it so now every time you import something, it will cost you $20, no matter what it is. Because a ton of people were importing clothes and shoes, and that's her business. It was affecting her.
Yeah, so she's like, I would like you to buy them from me instead.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it didn't work because we can't. There's no mail service in here, which I find really funny. Because I'm in 3D printing subreddits, I've seen a lot of people just basically ranting because UPS fucked their 3D printers and their packages. And when I order mine from the so there's this mail service, it's not from the government or whatnot, but they send you packages and whatnot. That thing doesn't have real tracking capabilities.
Yeah.
And, and I was basically waiting for my 3D printer blind because I couldn't buy it in my city. It was not available, so I had to outsource it to another city. It came perfectly, like not even a scratch. It hasn't failed me ever since I've been using that service. Like it's been like 9 years. And then I see the tons of people of FedEx and UPS just lost their package and they don't have any accountability. They say, we're so sorry. Yeah, whatever. So we have couriers to import them to manage that part of importing from mostly from the US. You can import some things from Spain, for example, but mostly from the US. So they split the difference. So it costs a little bit more, but it's not $20. Like for example, I don't know, I trying to ask from AliExpress, I order a bunch of electronic parts. It's not gonna weigh a ton. So if I import them directly, it probably cost me $20 plus whatever I had to pay. But with this service, I only ended up paying like three bucks. So it basically made no difference. Yeah, there's basically no place to live here. Where it is. You have to just choose your poison, basically.
Yeah.
My poison will be Canada because that's the place where Club Penguin was born.
Trying to make a frame that I can kind of clip like an organic shape to, but keep the inside frame relatively straight sectioned is gonna make a very ghetto kind of shitty looking robot.
Design a frame for my robot because it's using the tank chassis, but everything is just exposed. I have to design something so I can mount the electronics better and the battery and the.
Yeah, let's see.
I think like from the past, since the past 4 days, like most of us are like designing some sort of frames and are grumpy about it. Like another person was designing the frame that looked like a server rack.
Yeah, I liked the server rack robot. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make some. I'm gonna like probably
Oh,
Looks like a
vacuum,
beetle. It's awesome.
but
bro.
then like if I select and hide the body, then it's like this really ghetto.
I mean, is there any chance you could actually make the thing out of the body out of resin or acrylic? It would be really cool.
Yeah,
I don't know how.
I'll probably vacuum form the body panels.
Okay, I have to Google what vacuum form means.
It's basically you just get the plastic hot and soft, and then you suck it over a
You put it
mold
on a
with a
mold and
vacuum.
yeah. You put it on a mold and just suck the air out of it, so you make the form of the mold.
This is what this is the
It look
result that
like
came.
I'm really asking myself how you're gonna do the frame. That's the real question.
I'm gonna weld it all in aluminum.
Oh, you're gonna weld it, okay.
Yeah, and I ordered this plate today from Send Cut Send to just have them drill all these holes for me.
Do you have like
So I
a
was like,
big workshop in
I'll
your?
have that base plate. Sorry, what'd you say?
Do you have like a workshop set up in your house?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it partially at home in my garage and partially at work because like I've got a bigger welder at work than I do here. And my welders might be a little bit weak to do. I did 8 millimeter aluminum, and it might be a little bit sad trying to put just these thick parts together.
Yeah, but it's gonna look so
But
cool.
and then
No,
I'm
it looks
gonna.
awesome. I just thinking the logistics of that
Wait,
Yeah,
design.
well, that's
s-
when you were gone earlier. That's one of the things I was saying is I'm like kind of designing it as I go. So like I'm not really working from like I want it to be exactly this. I'm like, okay, if I want like that's why I designed the body first, because then I went, okay, I need to make something that fits within these constraints.
wait, is this the
But
evolved version of the robot that we were working on in the last stream?
uh-huh. Yeah, where did I've got that my PDF of my original drawings. What is it? Is it this one? Oh, this is the old version. It's got, oops, not robot fight. That's the wrong thing. Yeah, I originally wanted to go more roundy, and I decided that was just going to be too much of a pain.
You know what? The first time I saw your drawing in the last stream, I did not think it would become into this sort of a like beetle robot. Was it the same drawing, or was that
Yeah.
another project?
No, I think it was this one. This is
I
the only robot I've been working on.
I thought it was I thought you were making like a generic kind of robot car, but it did like even then it looked cool because the way you laid out your drawing in front and then you added like the model of the electric motor like on top of it. Like I made a post on Reddit that it looked straight out of an indie and like indie game, and I think
Mm.
currently it looks like even more so, like straight out of some.
Yeah.
You could make it into a game,
Well,
really.
I I 3D scanned those hoverboard motors, and I was originally going to scale it so that basically the motors just ended up being the same size as my drawing. But then I was going to use, let's see, where is it? I've got an electric lawnmower, and I was like, I'll just use my electric lawnmower battery since it already exists. Um, and I started comparing it to the size the frame had to be if I had it scaled to properly fit the hoverboard motors, and I was like, oh, it needs to be bigger. So now I'm gonna have to make some tires or something to make the motors bigger.
How fast do you think this thing might go?
I mean, technically the motors are spec'd to go like 30 miles an hour. I don't think I will trust it to go that fast. Especially because at least at first I'm not going to add any sort of suspension or anything because I'm just like, well, part of the reason I did it this way is because I figured I'm going to upgrade things on it over time. And so I was like, I just want like a big plate with like a standardized holes that are all going to be like M6 with bigger holes to run cables in and out, and then I can bolt like plates at right angles to make kind of cards that hold different parts of the circuitry in here.
Yeah.
But also be able to like, if I redesign the suspension, then I can just bolt on different suspension. And same with if I change this my horn thing, then that's just gonna be welded into this plate, and then that plate will be bolted on. So I could swap out that tool for something else.
I would not have thought so much about designing a robot.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider myself a good CAD designer, so you'll actually start practicing way more of an original design.
Yeah, I mean I don't build a lot of robots, but this is basically the kind of stuff I just already do or have been doing for work for years. Is doing kind of product design stuff. Where did I put my tire that I hid? I guess I can just control Z until it comes back. Oh, it's in there. I forgot. Yeah, the 3D scans come in as like really high poly STLs. So like making these usable in Fusion was a pain. I don't think I still have. Let's see if I go to before I removed my reference file. Oh no, not that one. Even further into the past.
Wait, Fusion has a timeline that you could just drag around?
Yeah, and you can make edits in the past and then have it propagate back to the present. Yeah, so
Okay.
this is basically the file from my
Yeah.
3D scanner, and it's just like a really dense mesh that you can't really do anything with. And figuring out how to do this tread, that was honestly the hardest part of trying to CAD this. And I was like, I don't need to. Just like a torus would be fine, but I wanna.
I wanna go through the pain. Isn't this sort of thing
And
easier to
I think
design in Blender instead?
yes, except then I still wouldn't have like a good CAD file to bring into my into here.
Oh,
So like if I was just like 3D printing it or something, and I didn't need to actually like reference the material or reference the like shape or size of anything, then I probably would have just done it in Blender and not in Fusion. Let's see. But I would also hate to like show anyone that actually does CAD any of my files because they're just like the most disorganized pile of bullshit. Why? You're supposed to be on that dot.
The AC is set to 24.
No. Oh.
okay, so I will be back in like 10 minutes. Taking a break right now.
Cool. Yeah, I just heard my wife get home, so I was about to say I'm gonna get off. But it was
Yeah,
good chatting with you guys.
yeah, same here.
Just same.
Bye.
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 Switch to isometric, the bearing component. Mate the other bearing. Housing in the same way on the front side of the bearing. Make them face of the housing and the back face of the bearing mount. Make them coincident. Next, insert the bearing component and deactivate the temporary axis because you don't need them and in process easier. Place a concentric mate between a circular surface of the bearing and the circular surface or edge of the housing. Lastly, add a coincident mate between the shown circular edge of the bearing and the front face of the housing. Mate between the shown circular edge of the bearing and the front face of the housing. Switch to isometric view and save this assembly with the name subassembly. This will make it easier to create the main kicker assembly.
Go.
We're now going to build the kicking mechanism of our kicker assembly. Let's get started. Create a new assembly and insert the subassembly we did in the previous video. The mount is not correct, so
Assembly, 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 assembly.
we'll have to redefine its position. The subassembly is fixed because it was the first inserted. Right-click on it and select float so that it is free to move. three planes of the subassembly to the three default planes of the main assembly. Right-click on it and select float so that it is free to move. We will make the three planes of the subassembly to the three default planes of the main assembly. If needed, right-click and delete the already selected fit planes of the main assembly. We will make the three planes of the subassembly to the three default planes of the main assembly. If needed, right-click and delete the already selected faces. Then, make the two front planes and the two right planes using a coincident relation.
What? So why did we use float in the first place? That is very illogical.
Finally, make the top planes and make sure you flip the alignment. This will give the bar the orientation that we want.
Yep.
The alignment. This will give the bar the orientation that we want.
Uh, hmm. Hmm.
Click OK. Finally, make the top planes and make sure you flip the alignment. This will give the bar the orientation. Click OK and press F to fit the model on the screen. Now insert the main shaft part into the assembly. Add a concentric mate between the shaft's outside face and the bearing's inside face. Then place a distance relation between the back face of the mount and the flat end of the shaft. Enter 0.0261 and make sure you flip the dimension so that it is towards the inside. Click OK, then the flat end of the shaft. The shaft's outside face between the back face of the mount and the flat end of the shaft. Enter 0.0261 and make sure you flip the dimension so that it is towards the inside. OK, then press the Click OK, then press the space bar to go to isometric view. Click OK, then press the space bar to go to isometric view. Now go to Insert Components and pin the menu to insert multiple ones without clicking every time. Pin the menu to insert multiple ones without clicking every time. Insert 2 shaft brackets and 2 kicking shafts. Go to Insert, then press the space bar to go to isometric view. Now go to Insert Components and pin the menu to insert multiple ones without clicking every time. Insert 2 shaft brackets and 2 kicking shafts as shown. Insert 2 shaft brackets and 2 kicking shafts as shown. Next, start adding concentric mates between the shafts and the bracket in the back.
Hey,
coincident
how's
mates
it going?
between the back face of the bracket and the flat ends of the shaft.
I was just about to go to bed and I saw that you were still online. So I just wanted to check. Can you hear me?
I just realized I was yapping on the entire time with a microphone muted. Whoa. Wow.
Oh.
This is starting to look so cool.
I didn't. Yeah, I can see that. I didn't realize you were talking because I was wondering whether maybe you were like listening to the video or something.
It is now aligned with the bracket in the back, so you don't need to add another concentric mate. Click OK, then press the spacebar to switch to iso.
Okay, so just boop, boop, boop. Same with. Oh,
Yeah.
this is already done as far as we are concerned, right? Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Mm.
Hell yeah.
That looks good.
Metric view. Select insert components and add the key that will force the bracket and the shaft to spin together. Zoom in and add a coincident mate
The
between
what?
the outside.
The key. What's the key supposed to do?
Face of the key and the inner flat face of min and add a coincident mate between the outside face of. Zoom in and add a coincident mate between the outside face of the key and the inner flat face of the shaft.
Nice. Here. That is certainly weird. Layout, mate, then boop. Shit. That looked simple enough. This does not look right. Does not look right. We'll fix it. Also.
The gap in the shaft is wider than the key, so we will need to use an advanced mate to place it. Click width.
Eh?
So one face of the shaft. With the outside face of the key and the inner flat face of the shaft. The gap in the shaft is wider than the key, so we will need to use an advanced mate.
Okay. Okay.
To place it. Click
Advanced mates with
Selection box. Select the two lateral flat faces of the shaft.
so boop and boop.
And for the tab, select the two outer faces of the key.
Oh, so it's for placing shit in like width-wise locations. So you could specify. Oh, nice, nice, nice. That is cool. That is cool. That is cool. That is cool. There's no dependency of any planes. You could just constrain it to the width of these walls. That is cool.
I saw some people were on the stream earlier, so I did like, wait, was it how did it go?
Don't forget that, as shown in the graphics area, you can right-click to accept the mate. Add another width mate between the bracket and the key to make the shafts and the brackets fit together. Right-click to accept the mate, then zoom out. We need to add one more coincident mate.
Not exactly sure what this is for. Whatever. Okay. I don't have the. See, I don't have that. Do I? Knee. Am I using the wrong shaft though? Could be.
I gotta get off the stream now. It's past 12. I just wanted
Shaft
to
bracket, main shaft,
hear what you guys were up to.
shaft. Knee.
Alright, man. I'll be off the stream now. Alright.
Key housing bracket kicker. Nee. I mean, I guess if it works, it works.
Between the extruded face of the bearing and the back face of the bracket and the back.
Right. I mean, I don't have the extrusion here. Wait.
Click OK, then press the space bar to
The video shows an extrusion here, this rectangle cut thingy, but I don't have that. Yep, I don't. What shall I do about it? Yeah, definitely don't have that. Yeah. Well.
use an advanced make to place it. Basis of the shaft. Forget that. We need to add one more coincident make between the extruded face of the bearing and the back face of the bracket in the back.
Yep, makes sense. this face on this backplate. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. So now this can't move as such. Why is this moving? गोल क्यों है ज़मीन? Okay, what if the wait, it's moving like this. Okay, it's constrained by the wait. Where's the top plane? That's the top plane. That's the front plane. That's the right plane. And this I mean, if it works, it works. That's the philosophy I abide by, and I shall continue doing so.
Click OK, then press the spacebar to go back to isometric view. The kicking mechanism is moving properly. We are now ready to add the gear assembly to our keyboard.
Doesn't feel right though. What if I attach this to that? No. Huh? Nothing. I mean, they are in the same plane, of course. How do I glue these together? Isn't that what she wants?
Use the rotate component tool to turn it the other way round. mated concentric with the main shaft. To make it rotate at the same time as the kicking shafts, add another width mate. Select the two inner flat faces of the gear for the width selection and the outside faces of the key for the tab selection.
Advanced mate, type width, then the and the then the and then the yeah, nice.
Then right-click to accept the mate. Next, add a coincident mate between the gear bracket and the shaft bracket as shown. Go back to isometric view. All we're missing now is the other set of bearings. Instead of using insert components to add another subassembly, you can hold the control key down and click and drag from the feature.
Nice. Then I guess we flip this around, maybe. What if we just take this, make a mate, and then go concentric, and then maybe we choose this, but then just flip this around. Does that make sense? To me it does.
Manager. Click on Mate and right-click Clear Selection, see if anything was pre-selected. Select Concentric and click on the inside circular face of the bearing and the outside face of the shaft.
Yeah.
Flip the mate alignment.
Yep.
This is a shortcut to using the Rotate tool beforehand. Next, add a parallel or coincident mate between two equivalent flat surfaces. Of the two mounts. Lastly, we need to add two coincident mates. The first one will be between the extruded face of the bearing and
The gear, of course. And then this, I guess. Yep. Looks good.
The outer face of the key.
Outer face of the key.
The second one will be between the outer face of the gear and the same extruded face of the bearing.
Okay. I mean, we have to do that anyway. Doesn't matter as much, I guess. Doesn't make sense though. Why would I want that?
Press the spacebar and switch back to
Something's not
isometric
right.
view.
Yeah. Main shaft and yeah. Coincident between does not look coincident. Oh, but where's the key? Where's the key? First of all, take this and the face of this. Oh shit. Okay. Once I've got that, similar thing with this and this, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Finally, looks right. Yup. Looks about right.
The kicker assembly is now ready and moves properly. The two mounts are fixed while the kicking shafts are rotating.
Is it? Controls noise. Why is this not fixed? Uh, okay, it's always parallel to this. So what if I make this coincident with the front plane? Hmm. Yeah. Yep. Nice. That's what it needed. Now it can move. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Bippity boppity boo.
Press the spacebar and switch back to isometric view. The kicker assembly is now ready and moves properly. The two mounts are...
I'm sorry, it does not. Oh, it does? Huh? Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. I got it. I get what the problem is. How do I even maybe if how do I select the internal? So maybe if I hide this main shaft, then I can glue this to the inside of interesting. Very, very interesting. Can I do a tangent relation though? That could work. Does it? Nee. What can I do with these two? So what did it do? Wasn't that tangential as well? Oh, select a mate type. Lock in this alignment, maybe. I don't know what lock means, but should probably work. Maybe lock just maintains them in that particular alignment. Main shaft. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Fixed while the ticking shafts are rotating.
Nice.
In the previous video, click on 3 planes of the subassembly to the 3 default planes of the main assembly. If needed, press the spacebar to go back to isometric view.
Wheel mount.
In this video, we will create a first. Since this is the first component, it is fixed relative to the assembly. Next, bring in the wheel assembly. Browse and insert the wheel bracket. Since this is the first component, it is fixed relative to the assembly. Next, bring in the wheel assembly. Because it
Another
since this is the first bracket,
wheel bracket.
it is fixed relative to the assembly.
Wheel bracket and wheel bracket and wheel and hardware. So I need the okay, I don't have that. So Okay.
Guys, I was finally able to get some for a second time ever, so let's put it up. I'm talking my spiders trying to see. And I don't know if you guys know this, but jumping spiders can actually get scared of their. They have little cones that are their retinas inside, that side to side, seeing an environment, I started looking and trying to focus on different people always ask me how I come up with my makeup looks. A generic response is, I do all this in it. My father instilled a very I love doing makeup that I most people love doing. Oh, there's Corey and stuff. People always ask me how I come up with my makeup looks. A generic response is, I do all this in it. My father instilled a very giant influence in how I love doing makeup that I most people love.
Trying to take back the fact that I was data. I mentioned at the beginning that I was the data and it's really my first time being into the sponsor. What I did is I was also did some research into most of their guild and science that kind of just tried to take advantage of you. I really don't like the idea of with a crypto company that tries to take advantage of people. It's also mean like that I have to take the metal parts on my own. SOLIDWORKS, the mainstream gradual control set. First, I need to type out all large pieces and put fine seconds separators. The next step is to wash the sand bucket because if there's anything else on the sand, put that sand in the game is more different than only eggs or yogurt. What do I do? See this video, special mentions and apologies. Hi everyone, so these are the main themes for 12:30. The first one is sleep. In order to our power nap, sleep until your body forgets what 5 p.m. alarm sleeping. Second, stop discussing the mirror. The more you reflect, please don't scroll. It's just like a very your previous video on continuation of Actually, she helped
अंडा आनी जीवु हेले जा मोर पर्स पैसा नहीं जाओ 100 टमाटर नहीं जाओ
ब्रेक भी हिच पड़ी है
ଆଉ କଣ ଆନବାର ଅଛି ଫେର ଖାଲି ଅଣ୍ଡା ଆଣିବ ଫେର ସିଆଡ଼େ ଉପରକୁ ଗଲେ ତ ମାଛ ଅଛି ମାଛଟା ବାହାର କରିବି ଖାଇଦେବା
ପାୱାର ଲାଗି ନା ଧରି ଦୀପାବଳି ଲାଗି
ସେମାନେ ତ ରାତି
कभी पड़ता ना मेरे कभी पड़ता मेरे तो कभी पड़ता चो अंबर सरिया मुंडिया वे कचिया कलिया ना तोड़ तेरी माँ ने बोले हैं मुझे थी कैसे बोल अंबर सरिया ए ए
In this video, we will create a wheel mount that will be used as a sub-assembly in the chassis of our robot. First, start a new assembly.
Hello.
Browse and insert the wheel bracket.
हेलो
Yeah, your voice is lag. हाँ हाँ.
wait have we talked before
We have talked in chat.
oh what shall I call you
Yeah. Piyush.
Piyush okay
Hmm.
Piyush you are learning fusion right
Hmm.
cool that's cool we bro.
You're learning SolidWorks, right?
Yeah, there's a
Uh-huh.
there's a playlist from the official SolidWorks channel that especially focuses on robotics, so it's really straightforward.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm just generally learning this. Let me share this.
Yeah, actually, yeah, like share it on the resource list forum thing.
Okay. Okay. Wait. I gotta make a post.
Yeah,
Mm,
like I guess make a post of CAD everything, so we
mm.
could like every mechanical slash CAD related stuff would go there.
Should I make a forum or a post?
Uh, like make a like brand new thread.
Oh, okay. Uh, or should I just make a post about which playlist I'm following for
I mean,
CAD?
yeah, you could you could do that too.
Yeah.
Chassis. Okay, so
बैकग्राउंड आवाज आ रही है क्या मेरी?
थोड़ी बहुत
Like, is the background sound coming?
थोड़ी बहुत आ रही है, but it's fine. Mm.
Since this is the first start a new assembly. Click browse and insert the wheel bracket.
Wheel bracket.
Since this is the first component, it is fixed relative to the assembly. Next, bring in the wheel assembly relative to the assembly. Since this is the first component, it is fixed relative to the assembly.
And I wanted to ask that what happened to that 5:30 live streams,
Well,
5:30 p.m. or a.m. live streams.
it's going on since 5:30 a.m.
Where do you live? Like,
Odisha.
अच्छा
Yeah.
5:30 a.m. तू इतनी इतनी सुबह उठता है भाई?
Mostly because time zone issues. Most people are from US, so like उनके यहाँ जब 7:30 होता है तो मेरे यहाँ 5:30 होता है. 7:30 PM जब होता है उनके यहाँ तो मेरे यहाँ 5:30 AM होता है. They are 9.5 hours behind.
एक
I'm
मिनट
not
रुकना, मेरा हेडफोन्स डिस्कनेक्ट हो गए.
okay, bro.
हेलो हेलो.
Yeah.
हाँ हाँ.
So I was just saying कि like time zone issues. Most people like US हैं, so उनका टाइम हमारे से around 9.5 hours भी चलता है. So our 5:30 AM is their 7 PM.
अच्छा हाँ हाँ हाँ.
Yeah.
Next, bring in the wheel assembly. Two holes of
Okay, I'm gonna start learning it, like watching videos one by one.
Yeah.
Because the two holes of the bracket are not perfectly horizontal, we cannot use a concentric mate that will arrange the wheel accordingly. Therefore, we need to find another way of mating them. The bracket has a sketch with a line that connects the two centers of the bottom parts of the holes. Right-click on 3D Sketch 1 in the Feature Manager and select Show.
Okay.
It has a sketch with a line that connects the two centers of the bottom parts of the holes. Right-click on 3D Sketch 1 in the Feature Manager and select Show. From the heads-up toolbar, click View and activate Temporary Axis. Make the line from the 3D sketch coincident with the center axis of the wheel. and click flip mate if necessary to have the gear coincident with the center axis of the wheel, and click flip mate if necessary to have the gear on the left side.
Uh,
The wheel can still move sideways.
लाइव स्ट्रीम क्या मतलब इधर ही करने का रहता है क्या? लाइक यूट्यूब पे क्या चलेगा ना?
what? क्या
लाइव
बोल
स्ट्रीम
रहे हो?
लाइव स्ट्रीम
हाँ, लाइव स्ट्रीम चल
लाइव
रहा है अभी।
स्ट्रीम नहीं, लाइक लाइव स्ट्रीम का इधर ही बोला था क्या? लाइक वो जो मैसेज अपलोड किया था तूने रेडिट पे।
हाँ, आई मीन मैं तो रिकमेंड करूँगा कि सब लोग अपने पर्सनल चैनल पे करें, बिकॉज फिर लाइक सबका फ़ायदा होगा एक तरीके से, सबका वर्क पोर्टफोलियो बिल्ड होगा। बट अगर उतना झंझट नहीं करना है देन यू कैन डू ऑन द सेम चैनल एज वेल।
वेल इट्स इजी, लाइक एक बार किया था मैंने लाइव
या
स्ट्रीम।
आई वुड रिकमेंड कि खुद के चैनल पे भी करो, बेटर रहेगा। बिकॉज एक तुम्हारे सारे फाइल्स और एक तुम्हारे जितने भी फुटेज होगी तुम्हारी खुद की, वो तुम्हारे पास रहेगी, विच यू कैन शो टू योर रिक्रूटर इन द फ्यूचर। बस एक ट्रस्ट बिल्ड करने के लिए, नॉट मच। इन द फ्यूचर जब हम लोग लाइक प्रोजेक्ट्स पे कोलैबोरेट करेंगे तब ज़्यादा मज़ा आएगा लाइव स्ट्रीम का।
हाँ, तब लाइव स्ट्रीम का हाँ ज़्यादा मजा आएगा।
Hmm,
Click on 3D sketch.
wheel bracket, 3D sketch. Hmm.
One in the feature manager and select show.
उड़ीसा में वेदर कैसा रहता है? लाइक
Uh,
बारिश है क्या
फिलहाल
अभी?
हाँ, मतलब कल तो हुई थी बारिश, आई गेस ऑन एंड ऑफ चल रहा है बस।
हाँ 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 हाँ, हमारी इधर अभी आई है।
हम्म।
मुंबई में हूँ ना मैं,
अच्छा,
तो अभी आई है।
कौन से कॉलेज से हैं आप?
एमजीएम,
ओके।
महात्मा गांधी मिशन, नॉट सो वेल रिकॉग्नाइज्ड।
हम्म।
अरे लाइक दिस फील्ड आई गॉट बाय चांस, आई डिडंट इवन वांट दिस, आई वांटेड ईएनटीसी टू
You wanted what?
ईएनटीसी, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड टेलीकम्युनिकेशन।
Oh, करेंटली आप कौन से लाइक ब्रांच में हैं?
ऑटोमेशन रोबोटिक्स।
Oh,
हम्म।
I initially thought
अब
कि should I go with robotics in like on the undergraduate level, but फिर I thought कि undergraduate degree robotics में I don't think ज़्यादा काम आएगी, so I am pursuing AC right now, जिससे एक solid electronic का foundation build हो जाएगा। देन फिर इधर फर्दर स्टडीज़ करेंगे या फिर लाइक जॉब हॉपिंग।
nice. In which year you are?
हाँ,
Year ला, like which year? First, second, third?
सेकेंड ईयर में जाऊंगा अभी।
अच्छा,
हम्म।
ओके ओके। जल्दी चालू कर दिया तूने सबसे।
लग रहा है अभी, बट थर्ड ईयर फोर्थ ईयर में आऊँगा तो पक्का लगेगा कि और जल्दी करना चाहिए था।
हाँ मेरे को वही लग रहा है अभी।
आप कौन सी ईयर में?
अभी थर्ड ईयर में
ओके।
लाइक जाऊंगा।
हम्म।
The bracket has a sketch with a line that connects the two centers of the bottom parts of the holes. Right? Therefore, we need to find another way of mating them.
कोई प्रोजेक्ट्स किया है?
काइंड ऑफ, मतलब बहुत सारे वाइब कोडेड थे, बट जस्ट जिस्ट पता है। जैसे मैंने ओपन मैनिपुलेटर एक्स आर्म पे काम करा था, फिर नॉर्मल एक आध सिमुलेशंस हैं, बट अगेन उनका मेजर पार्ट वाइब कोडेड है, तो दैट्स नॉट टू रेलिवेंट फॉर अ जॉब। तो मैं अभी कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि खुद के प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाऊँ प्रॉपर, फ्रॉम द कैड मॉडल टू द कोड एवरीथिंग।
को कोडिंग तो आती है लाइक अच्छे से तेरे को?
मुझे
हाँ आती है ना लाइक?
वेल नॉट रियली, मतलब फिगर आउट कर लूँगा इवेंचुअली, बट जैसे लोग डीएसए करते हैं, आई डोंट लाइक डीएसए। डीएसए फील्स बुलशिट टू मी। Mm.
I have 24 hours. I need to wait to stream.
Yeah.
चंदे कल देखता है चल मैं इसका स्ट्रीम का अभी
Hmm.
अभी तो सिर्फ लर्न ही करना है.
Yep. Mainly when you build a particular project, like a particular कोई mechanism बना रहे हो, then it's worth to stream the entire thing. एक तो वही proof of work, दूसरा भी एक और चीज़ है कि in case you wanna reference कि तुमने last time क्या करा था, तो वो सारी चीज़ें सेव हो जाती हैं एक word में, which you can replay later for reference. Like there's a person called Tanyan in the like he's a member of Halfwiredtv. उस like वो like he's a crazy guy, right? He reads research papers for fun. So there's a lot of like advice he gives me in the streams and calls. So वो सब चीज़ें अब basically word में सेव हो ही चुकी हैं. So whenever I feel कि मुझे वो सब चीज़ों के बारे में वापस जानना है, so I can just replay them. Did
What
5
was his name again?
Tayon, like TAGNON.
TGN. अच्छा हाँ हाँ.
उसका इंट्रोडक्शन पढ़ सकते हो, अच्छा था.
डेट क्या है इंट्रोडक्शन के उसके लाइक स्क्रॉल करना पड़ रहा है.
नहीं बस हैश इंट्रोडक्शन में TAGNON सर्च कर लो, सबसे फर्स्ट पोस्ट में चले जाओ.
सर्च कहाँ से करूँ?
अरे मैं ही कर देता हूँ.
अरे सर्च कैसे करने हैं वो तो बता.
साइड में ऑप्शन होगा ना सर्च का, या फिर कंट्रोल F दबा लो आई गेस. टॉप राइट.
अच्छा हाँ हाँ. Mm, mm. If you're alive, can I ask a question uh,
Yeah.
like what do you prefer in robotics, like software, mechanical side, embedded system side, or
Uh, See, I haven't quite figured out exactly, but recent मुझे like mechanism part and like uh, physics and simulation side seems pretty cool to me. Recently, I was reading this book called Intro to Robotics by Said Biniko, which has all physics side of robotics.
Yeah, like when I started doing fusion, like started working, it was on because of a project a professor gave us, and I remember I didn't had a mouse, and I used to create uh, like they gave us a project about that how can I say heat exchanger, okay, heat exchanger, industrial heat exchanger,
Hmm.
and we need to create different parts of it. And I remember I started it out of blue at I guess 11 in the night. Yeah, at 11 at the night, and I did it till like 5 on the
Damn.
mouse pad of the laptop.
How?
That went on for like 3 days.
How did you even do it, bruh?
I don't even remember now how I did it. Like it was so stressful. Why? Like I need to select individual pipes to make shell in them. Like why? It was frustrating.
That's crazy.
Eh, And I was the only one doing like CAD in the whole group. Although we're just doing the writing of part.
And they couldn't even lend you a mouse.
They couldn't actually. They had one. One person in the group had one. They couldn't. I don't know why they didn't. But yeah. Uh,
I
we're
mean,
gonna come back within a second. Okay.
yeah.
concentric relations with the inner circular surface of the wheel. Add two coincident relations between the faces of the spacers and the side faces of the wheel as follows. Add two coincident relations between the faces of the spacers and the side faces of the wheel as follows. Make sure you place the longer spacer on the right, and don't forget to
this. You know, if you have a certified graphics card, you can do the that I do. I think probably everybody's aware of this. You know, if you have a certified graphics card, you can do the
This the hell of that.
Scroll on renderer. Copy. Click on up. Right-click on Other. Click New. Click on Key. Now rename this value as workarounds. Press Enter. Again, right-click on this value. Click Modify. Type here 30008 as a value data. Select hexadecimal. Click OK. The value has been changed here. Now close the settings like this. Rerun the SOLIDWORKS. Go to File menu. The Solid. to File menu. Click New. Click on Part and click OK. Now go to Visual Styles. Here we see we have enabled this features. Now go to the View menu. Click on Display. And here this feature is active and clearly visible. I hope you enjoyed. If you're new to this channel, please subscribe.
You
Yep, I am alive.
what are you making?
I just completed the first video, created this Lego.
For the last 15 minutes, I was figuring out how to enable real-time graphics in SolidWorks, which is basically uh like the RTX shadows in games. You're gonna do the same in SolidWorks as well.
Oh,
Yeah, let me share my screen.
uh, for that, I guess you would require a better computer like PC.
I mean, I do have a 4060 in my laptop, so it, it can handle it.
Mm, nice.
Just
Oh,
if, yeah,
cool. Damn, cool. Why you have made a lot of projects?
no, these are just like assets from the tutorial itself.
अच्छा, मेरे को लगा इतने नहीं मैंने.
Okay.
Aggressive shadows.
Yeah, कुछ तो fuck up किया मैंने bro. This straight क्यों नहीं है?
I actually like didn't follow any tutorials back when I was like doing that uh, project.
Yeah.
वो हीट एक्सचेंजर का प्रोजेक्ट कर रहा था ना, तब
Hmm.
ट्यूटोरियल वगैरह कुछ फॉलो नहीं किए थे, ऐसे सिर्फ एक्सप्लोर कर रहा था मैं पूरा,
Oh,
वैसे ही थोड़ा थोड़ा करके बना रहा था। स्लो भी था वो प्रोसेस थोड़ा, लेकिन मजा तो बहुत आ रहा था।
same here, same here. Especially when you have like done a significant portion and जब चीजें घूमने लगती हैं, it's really cool. It's geometry access.
check chat. हेलो।
Yeah.
हाँ, मैं खाने आ गया है।
क्या?
मैं खाना खा के आया।
Okay.
हाँ, कब तक चलेगा स्ट्रीम?
मोस्ट प्रोबेबली बंद कर दूंगा अभी थोड़ी देर में।
ठीक है ठीक है। तो सुबह 6 बजे से स्ट्रीम चालू किया है?
हाँ।
बाप रे बाप। ठीक है चल।
relations or spacers and add concentric relations. Add two as follows. Don't flip of the bend to fix the wheel in position. You can now go to the feature manager and hide the 3D sketch. Then add the bolt to the assembly. Spacer. Make the mating bolt and that mate of insert the outer face of the bolt. Concentric relation.
हाँ हाँ
Let's finally end the stream.